everyone. Welcome back to another Sunday morning sprint session. Let me know what you plan on getting up to today. Also, let me know if everything's working okay. This is the second time that I've used OBS for streaming, so I hope everything is still set up the way that we need it to be. I've done a couple of podcast episodes, which I have been doing on OBS as well, so just to make sure that you guys can hear me and see everything that you need to be able to see. I have some plans today to do some meal prepping, and you can see on screen that I will be reading The Strength of the Few. I'm really excited to get back to this world, and I started it this morning. I only got like 12 pages in, but I'm already enjoying kind of where we're headed and some of the information that we're gathering. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. So okay, good. Everything seems normal. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. I always worry that there's going to be, some type of a snafu whenever I get on again, and I'm not going to know how to fix it. So I'm glad that everything seems normal. But yeah, let me know what you guys plan on getting done. I did go to the grocery store this morning. So like I said, I will be meal prepping some today. I don't know what order I'm going to make everything in. I should probably do breakfast first. I have a blueberry muffin recipe that I want to make. That's not like a traditional blueberry muffin. It's made out of bananas instead of like flour mixture and things like that. So I would like to try that. So I might make that first. But I have a couple of other meals that I need to get done today as well. So that will be my goal today, is to get at least a couple of meals prepped for the week. We have Ro with us today. Hello, Ro. It's good to see you. Talking about anticipated releases. The Red Winter I hadn't heard of. So 1700 France, a monster slavery, Sebastian, who is demon possessed and is given the task to hunt a werewolf. Which was his old flame. Interesting. I had heard of the second one that you mentioned, which was Boy with the Accidental Dinosaur. I think it sounds really cute. Yeah, How to Train Your Dragon meets Mad Max. I think it's going to be fun. So I hope that you enjoy both of them. I had a lot of fun looking through the 2026 releases that I'm going to be expecting next year, because I found a whole bunch of debut authors that I wasn't expecting. So hopefully I'll be able to access them. The bad thing with debuts is sometimes my library doesn't get them until they've gained traction, depending on how much publicity they had. So we'll see, but I'm excited about it. Ashley is also here. Good morning, friend. And Louisina, happy Sunday. Nadim is here. Hello, good morning. Isra is here. Nadim is reading 11/22/63. Are you enjoying it, Nadim? I actually liked that Stephen King. I've only read that one and Fairy Tale, but I did enjoy the historical aspects of that and kind of the, what do I want to say? Like the nostalgia surrounding the late 50s, early 60s that you get in that book. But I enjoyed how Stephen King would also put in some stuff about the fact that while, yes, we, think back on the good old days, but there were also really terrible things that were happening back then. I liked the little bits and pieces that he would drop throughout that book. So I hope you're enjoying it. It's a chunky one. Louisina is trying to catch up on the House of Frost and Feathers. No worries, friend. Almost done with chapter 14. Yeah, let me know. Andy has joined us. I got to, hey, can you come lay on my lap so you're not in the camera, please? Thank you. I've gotten to chapter 21. And I'm just holding, I have plenty of time. I think I have 10 more days with my hold at the library, so I'm not in a hurry. So I'm just going to chill out. And yeah, let me know when you get, I'll send you, I was waiting to get your update through chapter 14 to send my update through chapter 21, because I don't want to overwhelm you with my thoughts. But no rush. I'm not in a rush at all. Bethany is here. Hello, Bethany. Procrastinating my workout. I finished Ashfire King last night, so I used this morning to focus on Ship of Magic. Also read a little Study in Scarlet. Amazing. Sounds like you've had a good reading morning. Maybe we can help you with this first sprint and pushing you to get to your workout because I totally understand procrastinating that. Excited to get to Strength of the Few, but I have to wait until I reread The Will of the Many. Yeah, I definitely would recommend a reread because had I not, you essentially start Strength of the Few in the place that Will of the Many ends. And so if you're not super caught up with all of the things that happened, I do think it might be a little hard to get into. Once again, I'm only 12 pages in, so maybe that's not true. But I think a reread would be wise. And I hope you enjoy it because I liked my reread a lot. Bia is here. Hello. Enjoying a cozy Sunday with naps and reading. That sounds lovely. My current read is Miss Winter in the Library with the Knife. But I find it, oh no, kind of boring. Thinking of skimming or DNFing. DNF. DNF, friend. Move on to a book that you're going to enjoy more because, yeah, there's no reason to skim a book and to not enjoy your time. If you're bored, move on to another one. I do like the title of that book, though. Carpe Demon is here. Hello. Good morning. Having my coffee and reading Snow Globe by, is it So-Young Park? I have about 100 pages left. Oh my goodness, you're so close. I hope you've liked it so far. I don't think I've ever heard of that book. I hope you enjoy it. Actually, let me grab my Goodreads. Sorry, I only have one arm because Andy is laying on the other one. But I feel like... Okay, I've seen the cover. A young adult dystopian novel. In a world of constant winter, only the citizens of the climate-controlled city of Snow Globe can escape the bitter cold. But this perfect society is hiding dark and dangerous secrets within its frozen heart. It sounds fun. So I hope you're enjoying it. Ashley is reading Home Before Dark by Riley Sager. Was reading it nonstop for a lot of yesterday, but then I got creeped out. So excited to be back to it during the daytime. I'm such a baby. It depends on the book for me, whether or not I can read them in the evening. I haven't read that one by Riley Sager. I know the cover though. And I do think that it's been told to me that that's one of the more scary ones. So no worries. I'm glad you can get back to it in the daytime. I've definitely been there before. I think I told you guys about that at one point. I had walked around. So part of my job is to walk around and check, like inspect the interior of buildings. And one of the buildings that I have to do that with is vacant. And I ended up reading a horror novel in the morning as I was walking around, and it was super dark. And I got kind of creeped out. And I was like, why am I creeped out? Usually I don't get that way. And it's because I'm walking around an abandoned building. Of course I'm going to be creeped out. Oh, Israel, you're feeling a little slumpy. I hope that maybe this morning we can fix that. Hopefully something maybe really gets you excited and you can get into it. I know I've been like on and off slump for the past probably several weeks. I don't know, like none of the books, I've enjoyed some of the books that I've been reading, but I've just been kind of in a funk where some of the books that I thought I was really going to enjoy, like Faithbreaker and Brigands and Bread Knives, that I just really didn't enjoy as much as I thought I would. So slumps suck. Bethany is prepping to read A Study in Scarlet Women, and also The Tainted Cup. So I can decide it was a good time. So I decided it was a good time to read A Study in Scarlet. A Study, and I didn't know that was a different book. A Study in Scarlet. Sorry, my comments jumped. A Study in Scarlet Women, and also The Tainted Cup. So decided it was a good time to read A Study in Scarlet. So A Study in Scarlet, is that the original then? Because that's a Sherlock Holmes, right? And then the other two are, yes, yeah, A Study in Scarlet is Arthur Conan Doyle, and then A Study in Scarlet Women by Sherry Thomas, I imagine is a Sherlockian-esque mystery series, yes. And then, yeah, Tainted Cup is Sherlockian as well. How fun! You have lots of mysteries ahead of you. I hope you enjoy them all. It'd be kind of fun to see the the connections and like the inspirations. Because was The Study in Scarlet the one that The Tainted Cup was based on? I don't know because I've never read that specific Arthur Conan Doyle, but interesting. I hope that you find some fun connections. That's really fun. Hillary is here. Good morning, Hillary. Reading Isle of the Silver Sea by Tasha Suri. I haven't heard of that one either. There's a lot of books coming out recently that have that word, the Isle of, like the Isle of the Ember Dark is the one I'm thinking of from Brandon Sanderson. So the Isle of the Silver Sea. Goodreads is telling me that doesn't exist. Hold on, maybe I typed it wrong. The Eye in the Silver Sea. Goodreads does not have a great search function. The Isle in the Silver Sea. You would think it would have given me that as an option, but you know. There we go. And I had the word A in front of it, and I was like, that book doesn't exist. From the fantasy award-winning author, a heart-shattering romantasy of sapphic longing, medieval folklore, and a love that spans the centuries. Oh, I love it when you can. I don't know if that means that they live a long time, but the love that spans the centuries. I like seeing books that do have like relationships that last over centuries. I think it's fun. And then folklore. I love anything with folklore in it. I lost my place in my comments. Lewisine is also going to read A Study in Scarlet for the same reasons. I love that. I think that's so fun to read the source material first. Ro, I don't know that I got the comment for, is it Monster Slayer? Maybe I missed something. But I know you said you had a typo, but I didn't see the original comment. So I apologize. Yes, Andy says hello. He is here. He doesn't want me to interrupt his nap, even though he has taken over the show. Hello, small channel. Welcome. I hope you're doing well, too. It's been a good morning so far. I'm a little sleepy, still getting out of the sleep funk, even though I've been to the grocery store and I feel like I've done a ton this morning, but I can definitely still feel the sleep in my eyes. So I hope you are having a lovely morning. Ashley says, are we still buddy reading The Merge? Haven't picked it up yet, but I will ASAP. Yeah, absolutely. I don't have it yet. It's currently like sitting on my suspended shelf because I didn't know when we were going to get to it. But if you actually, let me check real quick and see how long the waiting list is if I unsuspend. I get with this new system with Libby, since you can't say like what day you want the hold, I just have to kind of guess when they're going to give it to me. So it says The Merge is available soon if I unsuspend it. So currently I'm first in line. So yeah, just let me know when you want to get to it and I'll unsuspend it. Yeah, I'm excited about that one. I think it's going to be good. I hope it's going to be good. It could also be like super heartbreaking because of some of the things that it covers, but I think it's going to be fun. Let's see. Luisina says, that sounds good. Hoping to read through chapter 21 today. It's been a hectic week. Hey, no worries. Take your time. I get it. Tennille is here. Hello, Tennille. Kelly is also here. Finished One Good Dragon Deserves Another by Rachel Aaron. It's book 2 in the indie published Heartstriker series, an urban fantasy. That sounds lovely. I'll have to look that up and see if I can get a copy. Sometimes indies are hard for me to get from my library, but if I could find it at my indie bookstore, I might give that one a try. I like an urban fantasy, although it has to be, I'm picky. I think I'm more picky about urban fantasies, but I do like them. I hope you're enjoying it, Kelly. Tennille is working on the to-do list as usual, hoping to make some progress on Liar's Knot or Monstrous Nights. Both amazing reads. I hope you're enjoying both of them. I actually have plans to read The Liar's Knot. I'm going to start in January. So I haven't started it yet, but in the new year, I want to do my second like recap video for that series in at the end of February. So I'm going to start in January and then just give myself a couple of months to read that book and take notes and note all of the themes and things. I'm excited to get back to that series. And Monstrous Nights, I just need to reread that. That might be a plan in spooky season next year to reread Foul Days and Monstrous Nights because I just really love that series. It's so fun. Yeah, Ashley, the Goodreads search is trash. It is. Let's see. Miss J is here. Hello. Welcome. Bethany. Oh, sorry. You guys are talking to each other, so you're good. Can't tag from my phone. Boo, it is. Bethany, I usually unsuspend 3 to 5 days before I want to start reading when it says available soon. It's a whole process. Yeah, I'm still learning the process of it because I think there have been some that I go on and unsuspend and then it's automatically available, even though it said available soon. And there have been some that it'll take me a week to get it after that. So I'm like, I have to, it feels like a whole thing that you have to organize your Libby reads to make sure that you don't get all of them at once, because I definitely have been guilty of that. And then I have to, you borrow it and you have to end up sending it back and then reborrowing it. Ashley, I'm excited for that one too. I think I'll need some tissues handy for that one. I'll go buy it this month. Libby doesn't, oh no, Libby doesn't have it. That's a bummer. Well, I hope it's good if you're going to buy it. I've heard good things, and I think, if I remember correctly, it has good ratings. Not that that always means anything, but let's see what it is. And this was a debut, right? Yes, it was a debut. A 3.88 rating on Goodreads with 1,200 ratings, almost 1,300 ratings. I think it's going to be stunning. I just think that it is going to have some hard-hitting content in it, so I'm trying to prepare myself for that. Miss J is listening to Holiday Ever After by Hannah Grace. That sounds like a cozy, winter Christmas read or holiday read. And Bethany, I know it's a whole adjustment. I love the setting the date, but I understand how it caused issues. Yeah, I just wish that you could. I understand. I think the issue with the setting the date was that people kept pushing it and they would have things on hold for like a year, or even past, like when the book, like the license that the library has, the book expires. But I feel like they could have kept that system and then only allowed you to do so many, like, save for later or push later, borrow later. Because if we had a limited amount, then people couldn't, keep it for a year. But then we could still set a date and say, okay, I know I want to read this in February. And so, I mean, maybe that's asking too much. I can get used to the new system, but it's just an adjustment currently. Small channel, The Merge was quite interesting. I really enjoyed it. Hope you have fun with it. Amazing. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I think that it's going to be fun. Well, not fun, but like, I think it's going to be an interesting take on maybe some grief components, because I know that one of the pairings is I think it's a mother-daughter, and the mother has Alzheimer's, which I think that's the one that I'm a little scared of, because I do have, my grandmother had Alzheimer's, and so I do have personal experience with that. So it'll be interesting to see how the author kind of dives into that. So I'm excited for it. Small channel is going to be listening to A Grain of Wheat, and then also have breakfast. Lovely. Well, friends, we are ready for a sprint. We're going to be doing hour-long sprints as normal. I will probably not be on camera for the first sprint because I am going to start my meal prep and eat some breakfast as well. But yeah, I will see you guys in an hour. Go and be productive. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from that sprint. I apologize. I still do not have a sound for my timer, so you'll have to come back to the sound of my voice. Let me know what you guys got up to in that sprint. I know we had a couple of people join us, so I just want to say hello really quick before I get into what I did. Anne joined us. Good morning, Anne. You were reading Ruin by John Gwynne and puzzling. I just finished Ruin last month, and I really enjoyed it. So I hope that you are as well. I'm looking forward to reading Wrath and finishing out the series. So good luck to you. Molly is also here. Hello, hello. And then I think those are the new people. So I'm going to pause. I'm going to come back to the comments in just a minute. But yes, tell me what you guys got up to. I ended up I've made my blueberry muffins, and the recipe is good. I think that I think the fall, oh, hold on just a second. Oh, I had a tickle in my throat that you guys didn't need to hear. So the recipe has peanut butter. All it is, it's like three or four ingredients. So it's peanut butter, bananas, blueberries, and eggs. That's it. So 4 ingredients. And I do think that I will like it, but I used fresh bananas instead of waiting for them to be ripe because I just went to the grocery store today. And I think they will be better if I use ripe bananas because they're not quite sweet enough. And because the bananas weren't as ripe, they were harder to mash. And so I don't think that they were as like within the batter as I wanted them to be. So, but I do still think it's a good recipe. And then I started making, I'm going to do a shredded chicken avocado salad that has lots of veggies and stuff in it. I like to do a little bit of a salad for lunches throughout the week. It's just easy. They're easy to make, and they last the entire week, and I just don't have to think about what I'm going to take to work. So I'm about halfway through that meal, and then I'm debating on whether or not I want to make, because I guess in the next sprint it will be lunchtime for me. And so I have a chicken shawarma meal that I've been wanting to try. And so I thought maybe I would make that for lunch, but I could also do I have a Korean beef recipe that we talked about, I think, in the last sprint. So one of those two. I did get to page 25. So in an hour, I read 12 pages. But part of that is because I did go back and listen to I listened to the first section again because they were talking about something specific that I think is going to be important later in the story. And so that's why I only got 12 more pages read. But I'm enjoying it. I do like being back with the characters, and then some of the new characters that have been introduced. I'm having a good time with it. So, okay, to get to your comments, Bia decided to DNF Miss Winter in the library with a knife. Good on you. I'm glad that you DNF'd it. And you looked at the reveal and you're thankful that you DNF'd. I am too. It did sound like it would be a horrible time in mystery. On to better things. I'm so glad that you DNF'd and that you didn't waste your time, because it is very frustrating if you get to the end because you're like, oh, I could push through. It's not bad. And then you get to the end and you're like, well, that was not worth it. So I'm glad that you DNF'd. Bethany got your workout done. Yay. Leaving the space set up for stretching and foam rolling later. I have 2 more weeks of this program and I'm intimidated by them. You can do it. I believe in you. It is rough the last 2 weeks of a program because they're, pushing you to your max. But I hope that it's good. Good to keep it set up too for stretching, because otherwise I forget to stretch. I am notorious for finishing a workout and then just going and chill it out and not cooling down, which I know is not good for me. Tennille said that was a booktube and brunch for you. I love that. What did you have for brunch? Kelly made it to 42% of One Good Dragon Deserves Another and did a load of dishes. Lovely, very productive. Next sprint for Tennille, we'll start meal prep, which will be simple and repetitive because I'm using up what's in the fridge and the freezer. Yeah. I was thinking that whenever I got all my groceries home today, that I probably should have done that because I have a lot of, especially veggies that I still need to use up, but they're veggies that I use in a lot of things. I use cucumbers in a lot, and I have some red bell peppers that I still need to use, but I figure I'll just, like, I threw one of them in the salad that I'm making for the week. So I'll get it made, but I definitely could have used a week of using some of the leftovers. Hillary made it to 77% and made an iced matcha. That sounds lovely. Oh, my comments jumped. Where am I? There we go. Carpe Demon, about 50 pages left in Snow Globe. It's freezing here in Texas today, so it's a very appropriate book. I was going to say, are you just like curled up in a blanket reading? Because it's cold here too. It's currently 13 degrees. And when I went to the grocery store this morning, it was 9, which I was not ready for it to be single digits yet. It was not what I wanted. Lucina made a little progress, almost done with chapter 16. Yay. I can't wait to hear your thoughts on these chapters because I'm not going to say anything, but I'm intrigued. I'll say that. Anne is about 25% in and enjoying it. It's a buddy read with Servasha. Oh, nice. I'm planning to read Wrath in January. I need to finish it, or I need to read it sooner rather than later, because I do with John Gwynn's books tend to like put them off forever. And I don't know why, because I always enjoy them when I get into them. So I might follow suit and read it in January as well, Anne. Ashley, talked to your sister, did some dishes, only made it through one chapter of your book. So glad I stopped reading when I did, though, because it was the most scary chapter yet. I love your little like this emoji. You can get through it. I hope that's a good thing, that it's scary. Are you enjoying being scared? I know that it's a rarity, I think, for me to have books that kind of creep me out. And I tend to enjoy them, but I do hesitate to pick them up whenever they start doing that, because you're like, oh, I don't know what's going to happen next. Isra got to 25% of Piranesi. I think I will switch to an audiobook in the next sprint, though. The weather here is loud. Oh, and I need a distraction from it. Is it like thunderstorming? Ugh. I mean, I love thunderstorms, but I can see how that would be distracting if it's super loud. I know we've had hailstorms within the past year that were just brutal. We don't have, I mean, we have hail, randomly, but we haven't had very many consistent storms, I guess, consistent hailstorms. And within the last year, we've had 2 or 3 really big hailstorms that woke us up in the middle of the night. So I hope it's not that type of weather. Small Channel got to 64% through your audiobook, and it is interesting. It's about the lives of several people during the Kenyan fight for independence. Oh, nice. Is it a nonfiction or is it a fiction surrounding those events? I can't remember. I hope you're enjoying it. Ashley, chicken shawarma. I know. I'm excited about it. I've never made it at home before. And someone made a sheet pan meal of it that seems that it could be simple. And so I'm hoping that it is. And I hope that it's good. I'm going to make like a homemade tzatziki with it as well and cut up some like fresh cucumbers and tomatoes to have on the side. And then they say to serve it with rice. I might make some rice for Brian, but I don't know. I haven't decided yet if I want to partake or if I just want to have the chicken with the veggies. Tennille, I love the garlic sauce that often goes with shawarma. I buy at the grocery store and use it with the veggie and chicken meals. Is it Toom? It's emulsified garlic with a bit of olive oil, lemon juice, and salt. I mean, it sounds amazing. I love all of those things. I might have to look and see if my grocery store sells it. Because, yeah, I am going to make a tzatziki with, like, Greek yogurt and lemon. I think it's mint and dill, and then grated cucumber. So that's the sauce I'm going to make. But I love lemon. I have decided I put that on all of my salads that I make for the week. Most of them just have very simple sauces. I don't know if that's what you would call them, where it's just olive oil and lemon juice and a little bit of salt. And I think it's just bright enough. And I like the taste of vegetables. I know that some people try and mask the taste of vegetables with sauces. So, but I love it. So I bet I would really enjoy that sauce as well. Bethany, there is a good cool down workout, but I want more. I love stretchy yoga sessions. I need to do some meal prep today as well, but I don't want to. I think once I'm in the cool out for work, like the cool down for workouts and stretching, I enjoy it. I just have to force myself to do it. So like in the process, I'm like, yeah, this is nice. But before that, I'm like, I could be doing something else. And do some meal prep. It'll make yourself feel good. It'll give you some extra time throughout the week. I know it's a struggle. Trust me, I know. Tennille had what we call hash, leftovers chopped up and cooked in a pan. I love those types of meals. I love like a farmhouse hash. I don't know if that's a term that everyone uses, but we just have, when we do a hash, it is just a whole bunch of chopped up like leftovers, veggies, and maybe some hash browns on top of it with eggs. So good. Oh, Bethany, it's a -6 degrees Fahrenheit here. Oh, today our high is 3. Oh, I hate that. It's 28 here, but Texas homes are not properly insulated for this, and they're built for cooling in 110-degree weather. Oh my goodness, Carpe Diem. I didn't even think about that. Because yeah, you guys don't get super cold weather, so your homes aren't built for that. I live in the Midwest, and so we kind of get both. But I do have some friends that live in the South, and they do struggle this time of year whenever it gets any type of cold because their houses aren't made for it. So I hope you stay warm. Cuddle up with lots of blankets. And there is a 7-page cast. Oh my goodness. Cast of characters at the beginning of Ruin. I forgot about that. I did know that there was a cast of characters, which I love that John Gwynn does that because he uses so many characters, and because I procrastinate to pick up the series, I forget who everybody is. So they are very helpful throughout the book. As we run into somebody, I'm like, who is this? Are they a good person? Should I be worried about them? But yes, it is a bit much. Good morning, Jen. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Oh, and Jamie joined as well. Hello, Jamie. Happy Sunday. You're working, but it should slow down enough for you to get a little reading in. I'll be reading Where I End. I want to read that. You'll have to let me know what you think. I've heard good things. It's a horror novel, right? Am I thinking of the right one? Where I End. I'm pretty sure. Because this cover yes. Okay. At night, my mother creaks. The house creaks along with her. Sometimes in the morning, we find her in places. We never see her move. We just come upon her. I've heard great things about that book, so I hope that you love it. I haven't gotten to it yet. One of the reasons is I don't think my library has a copy. Or if it does, I'm pretty sure my library doesn't have a copy. I haven't tried to get it in a while, so I'll have to see. Maybe if it's become more popular, they'll have it now, but I hope you enjoy it. Isra, it's more just really loud winds, so the house is creaking. Oh, yeah. And like the whistling and stuff that can happen. Yeah, turn on an audiobook. Ashley, I'm not used to scary stuff. I tend to get some crazy nightmares. Oh no, so I usually avoid it. I love dark stories, but this is new to me. I think I will be avoiding ghost stories after this one. Well, I hope it doesn't give you nightmares. I have had a couple of books give me nightmares, but for the most part, they don't usually come with me into the evening. I read, what book was it that I recently read that I DNF'd because it scared the crap out of me? It was the Reddit book that it was on Goodreads Choice Awards in 2024. I'm not going to remember what it was, but I know that I don't think some people don't think it's scary at all, but I think it was a possession story. And when we started going in that light, I was like, nope, I don't need any more of this. So yeah, I understand. And I hope it doesn't give you nightmares. Bethany, I like to add some chopped cabbage in the place of rice, a little extra veg. Yeah, and it's filling as well. That's a good idea. I don't have cabbage, but I'll have to keep that in mind. I do have though a broccoli slaw that maybe I could put like it's essentially just shredded broccoli with it does have cabbage in it. So I might use that. That's a good idea. I like that. Ashley says, I just find kids in haunted houses scary. Scary kids any day. That is something that creeps me out in horror novels. Tennille says, I also love tzatziki, but I can't eat it because of the dairy. Yeah. I was wondering, as far as substitutions, I'm not sure if there would be something that you could use in place of the Greek yogurt. But yeah, I get that. And I mean, the sauce that you had described sounded delicious. So I'm glad that you find something that you can enjoy on it. Ashley said, we're finally warming up, but just for a minute in my part of Canada. It was negative 30 degrees Celsius, should be illegal, ugh, which is negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I hope it stays warmer than you expect for a little bit of time so you can get a little bit of reprieve. That's awful. And then let's see. And then Ashley and Tennille are talking back and forth about how cold their area has been. Yeah, I hope you guys have had less snow than typical, because that's awful. I love snow. It's pretty, but I almost want it. I want it once, and then I just want to be done. Bethany, we've also been in a snow dump and then stupid cold and repeat cycle. I hate that for you. Ugh, that's awful. Tennille, we had 30 centimeters of snow on Friday and 12 inches for those who are south of the border. Ugh, that's crazy. We had one big snowstorm recently. It was right after Thanksgiving for us, so right after the last week of November. And it snowed all day long. I don't know how many inches we ended up getting. But I left the house at 6:30 in the morning, and I got home. Well, I left early. I left work at noon. It took me 90 minutes to get home. And then it snowed until 5 o'clock that night. So I'm glad that I left early, because it was a lot. Not a fan. Bethany, yes, the broccoli slaw. It sounds yummy. I love that. They don't sell it all the time, so I get a little bummed whenever I don't see it on the shelves, but it's like a staple for me. I always have a bag in the refrigerator because I like to add it to different things. So it's one of the things I add to the Korean beef meal that I do to add a little bit of crunch. It's nice. Jamie says, I'm about 50 pages in, really creepy. Not sure where it's going yet, but I love the writing style so far. I love that. I hope you continue to enjoy it. Louisina, you got it. Yes, we used to live here. That's the book that scared the crap out of me, and I DNF'd it. I couldn't do it. It also had, was that the one that had Morse code in it? Or did I just read one that was similar to it? I can't remember. There was one book that had Morse code in the bottom of like the front of every chapter. There would be a Morse code thing underneath. So to say, like chapter 1, the title, and then it would have like some type of Morse code at the bottom. And okay, Kelly says it did have Morse code. Good. I'm glad I'm not misremembering, which I was really interested in that part, but I don't know. The story freaked me out, so I had to stop reading it. It was not for me. Bethany, this is winter in Minnesota, central continental weather, standard, but seems really brutal after the last few mild winters. Well, and that sucks too, because if you've gotten used to not having such extreme weather and then to have to mess with it again, it's awful. Anne says, I'm visiting family for Christmas, and I had to buy a coat and winter clothes for the trip. I do not approve. Well, I hope you stay warm. And yeah, Ashley, it was 90 minutes for me to get home. Luckily, my husband and I work in the same building, and so we carpool. So he was the one driving, but it was ridiculous. The fact that we left at noon, which is not during rush hour at all. And it took us that long to get home. And the roads were, I'm not going to say the roads were good by any means, but the snowplows here were working hard to get the roads cleared. And some people were just driving awful. Like, you don't need to go 2 miles an hour in the snow. That doesn't help. In fact, it causes accidents a lot of the time. So it was a mix of both. It was a mix. You have two types of people who don't think that there's anything wrong with the road, and so they drive like normal, which causes accidents, or the people who drive super slow and then end up causing accidents as well. Jen says, and I'm in the other direction trying to figure out what summer clothes are at the back of the drawers. And I bought a swimsuit, at least that was half off. That's nice, because you're shopping like off season. That's what I need to do more often, is think about what do I need in 6 months from now, and then see if they have any on sale. Carpe Demon, it is the Morse code one. I enjoyed it. That part I was intrigued by. I don't know. I got the EBGBs and I couldn't continue reading it. Kelly said, I had so much fun translating the clues. I'm a ham radio operator, and so that was so cool. That's amazing. That would be fun to have that little connection with it. I had to look it up because I do not know anything about Morse code. At first, I didn't even realize it was in there. It was like there were little codes or whatever in there. I just kept noticing it, and I was like, that has to be something. Molly says it's currently 5 degrees Fahrenheit here, which is warmer than the -2 it was when I woke up. Well, I'm glad that it's warmed up a smidge. And Kelly said it's almost impossible to find winter coats in Houston. We had to order them online last time we needed them. Oh, that's awful. But yeah, I mean, I get it, because if you're not using it, why would they keep them on the shelves? Texas stores should start selling more winter clothes. The climate has shifted there. Yeah, I feel like it's going to take them a minute to catch up, because they're just assuming that it's a fluke and that it's not going to happen again. So eventually they'll catch up to the rest of us. Anne said, I also ordered online. Yeah. That sucks, though, that you can't go, because that type of stuff I like to try on. I know it's less of an issue than like trying on pants or trying on a shirt, because you're going to order, if you order something too big, at least you can, cuddle up in it. But I still would want to try it on, like, and make sure like the zippers are good quality. And I don't know, there's so many things about winter coats, especially because they're so expensive. I would want to see one in person. So yeah, it sucks to have to order it. Yeah, I ordered my son's coat from Amazon. Yeah. Tennille said, with the climate change wildness, I think we all have to be ready for all kinds of weather, regardless of location. So it's so unpredictable. Yeah. There is an REI here, but that's a whole different thing. Yeah. Well, I hope that changes a little bit, that they do start adapting, because it does suck to not be able to purchase those things in person, because yeah, then you don't ever know what you're going to get. Well, friends, we are at the end of the comments, and we're going to go on another sprint. I do like REI, but I agree, Kelly, it is very expensive. The last time I was in there, I went with some friends, and we were looking for, my husband and I just bought bikes. And so we were looking for some accessories to put on our bikes, like the water bottle holders and water bottles and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, it's not a joke when you walk in there. You kind of have to, you have to be careful. Also, I don't like stores that you have to have, I don't think you have to, but I don't like stores that you have to have an account for, like that they ask, like, do you have a rewards member with us? I think you can check out as a guest, but it just irritates me. Kelly said, when my son went to Philmont, we spent a mortgage on equipment. Ugh, that's miserable, especially if you're only going to use that stuff once. I mean, I guess you can resell it, but that's just a pain. I wish there was like a better way, like a rental or something that you could do, because yeah, that's miserable. Okay, friends, we are going to go on another sprint. I am going to continue meal prepping, so I'm still going to be off screen, but I'm hoping that I'll get I don't know. It'll depend on whether or not I get my lunch done and then can stick the chicken shawarma in the oven. And then I'll just be in here with you guys while I'm reading, but we'll see. So I will see you guys in an hour. Go and do something productive. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from our second sprint. Let me know what you guys got up to, what you got accomplished, and yeah, what you plan on doing on the next sprint. The next sprint will be our last one. So just to give you guys a heads up, that we'll be here for another hour and so, but it will be my last sprint. Let me see if I can find where we left off in the comments, just to make sure I have my stuff where I need to. Let's see. Okay, I think I got it. So within that sprint, I made my lunches for the week. So those are done. And I did test them because it's a new recipe that I was trying that I hadn't made before. So it's good. And you eat it with crackers, which is always like a little bit of a guilty pleasure for me. I like a good like snack, like chip-in snack or whatever. But so I made those. I was going to make chicken shawarma for lunch, but Brian ended up going to his grandma's for lunch. So instead of making a big lunch for myself, I'm just going to make it for dinner tonight. And I had leftovers for lunch, which was like a crispy rice salad with peanut sauce, which was good. Actually warmed up better than I thought it was going to. I was a little worried because the crunchy rice, it wasn't as crunchy upon rewarming it, but it was still tasty. It retained its flavor, so that was good. And then I got to page 55 in The Strength of the Few. So I feel like I haven't made any progress whatsoever, but I am still really enjoying my read. And there's something that I want to talk to you guys about, but I can't because it's a spoiler for the first book. But I'll just say that I really have to pay attention in this. Otherwise, I'm not, I can see myself getting confused by something in the story if I'm not really paying attention, which is it's a good thing because it just makes the story more complex. But I can see myself not, like if I had zoned out or whatever, because I am reading this on audio, but also immersively whenever I have a chance to sit down. And so I really do, I've had to reread a couple of sections or a couple of like small paragraphs and things to make sure I have my bearings correct. So yeah, that's what I got done. I do within the next sprint. I think I'm just going to use the next sprint to read. I think I'm going to sit here and read with you guys and just chill out. I need to clean my kitchen because it's now a mess that I've made breakfast and lunch and rewarmed lunch. I need to prep it for, I have got one more meal that I really want to make prior to making the chicken shawarma for dinner tonight. I have a Korean beef recipe that I want to make for some dinners this week, so I don't have to worry about dinner whenever I get home. So, but I'm going to take a break. As I always tell you guys, take care of yourselves. I am going to take a break in the next sprint and just sit here and read with you guys because I'm enjoying the story. So let's see if I had actually stopped in the correct place. Oh no, my comments jumped. Let's see. It was up here. Jen, so this was at the very end of the last chatty bit. We were talking about how certain stores you have to have memberships for, and it just makes me mad. And so Jen said, is there a store that doesn't ask, are you a member? And Kelly said, HEB, which I don't know. It says, or Kelly says, the best grocery store in the world. No memberships. Interesting. That is not a grocery store chain, or I don't know, maybe it's not a chain, but we don't know. We do not have those around here. Jen says, I don't ever want to go to Ulta again after the cashier was really aggressive trying to get my phone number in their database. I said no and meant no. My mom and I went there to buy some like gifts for my nieces, and they told her the same thing, that she couldn't buy it without giving them her phone number. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, I have money. I'm going to give you money for the thing that I want to take. Why do you need my phone number? And they made up some excuse about how they had to have their phone number in order to return it. And it's like, okay, then we just won't return it. Like, whatever. And she was still kind of snarky about it. So I gave her a fake number. I was like, okay, this is the number. Like, so dumb. Oh no, Ashley, and more snakes in the book. DNF time. Oh, so sad. I'm sorry. That's a bummer. Dano is here, late to join, but it's early in the morning here in Australia, and the boy woke me up, oh no, while getting ready for the gym and work, debating on getting some early reading done. Well, I hope that you do, and thanks for joining us. I know early mornings can be rough, so maybe we can help you get cozy and relax a little bit prior to starting the day. Kelly made it to 46%, and One Good Dragon Deserves Another, and folded the last 2 loads of clothes. I'm enjoying it, but the pacing is off because the chapters are way too long. Ugh, I hate long chapters. That is a pet peeve of mine. There have been a couple of books recently that I've picked up that either don't have chapters or the chapters are extremely long, and it just, even if it's a short book, it makes the book feel way longer. I don't like it because you feel like you don't have any goalposts. Like, I don't have anything to work towards because I have to read 60 pages to get to the next stopping point. It's frustrating. Bethany ate lunch, showered, and now getting a load of laundry going in my very cold laundry room, and then sitting and reading more of Study in Scarlet. Sounds very cozy. Glad you're getting some things done. I need to do laundry as well, so I might do that at the start of the sprint, just to kind of feel like I am doing something even though the machine's doing it for me. That was a lunch sprint for Louisina, so no reading. Hey, we got to eat, we got to fuel our bodies. Isra, no reading was accomplished. The audiobook wasn't loud enough to cover up the weather noises, so I just watched TV. I'll pick up the book after the wind calms down. Yeah, I get that. Well, hopefully it calms down soon. And I hope that you enjoy whatever you're watching on TV. Jamie switched to an audiobook, listened to a short story, How They Got In by Juliana Baggett. I haven't heard of that. I have recently been reading the short stories. I don't know, you might not be able, you might be able to see it. It's, how do I work my camera? It's like this book right here on my Brandon Sanderson shelf is Tailored Realities, which is a short story collection by Brandon Sanderson. So I have been reading like one little short story at a time. Yeah, well, I hope you enjoy it. It's nice to kind of get in a little story, kind of a little bit of a taste of a story before either moving on to another short story or moving on to another book. Ashley started your first manga ever. It takes a minute to get used to the different way of reading Lonely Castle in the Mirror, Volume 1. I've heard great things about that. I've never read it, but it's on my list. I hope you enjoy it. And congrats on picking up your first manga ever. How fun. I love that. Jen finished all the morning stuff, cat feeding, making tea, and sat down to enjoy tea and continued sampling books to figure out what I'm taking with me on your trip next week. Are you reading like the first chapter of every book to see like which ones intrigue you? That's fun. It's always hard, and I always pack too many books. Because you never know, like, what if you have a lot of time? And then I never end up reading all of them, but it's good to have options. Tennille started some of the meal prep, read some of Monstrous Nights, but then was texting with my sister. She was trying to find a cookie recipe our grandmother used to make years ago. Oh, did you have luck in finding it? Or are we still looking? I know those can be just really warming, like heartwarming, whenever you find recipes like that you can make to kind of remind you of past times. Anne did another hour on Ruin, finished her puzzle, and started a new one since I'm still in a puzzle mood. I love that. Sounds very cozy. Oh, my comments jumped. Let's see. Hillary made it to 81%. I'm excited for the ending. It feels like everything's about to go crazy. I love that, though. That's like my favorite part of a book is when everything starts just chaotically falling into your lap and you're like, ah, I love it. Jen said, it's clear that the Veiled Throne, which is Dandelion Dynasty 3, is not the choice. It's going to be a little too complex for travel reading. I understand. You got to kind of choose maybe some popcorn reads for traveling so you don't have to focus so much. Bethany said, I know what you're talking about with the complexity of it. And honestly, I'm so excited for this one because of it. It is fun to have a book that you can really dig into. I love it. I think that it kind of gets your mind working, but you do definitely have to be focused. It's not a book that I can just read. Kind of like Jen was just saying, as far as for traveling, it would not be a book I would want to read like on a trip when my mind's not fully engaged. But I do really, I've liked it so far. A small channel says, I reached 80% of your audiobook and you will probably finish today. Congrats. That's amazing. Carpe Demon finished. Snow Globe definitely felt YA, but not in a bad way. I need to do laundry before I pick up my next book. Amazing. That's a good like little, break between reads. Just go and do a few chores and then come back to it. Anne hasn't read The Will of the Many yet, but the Lycanus was very complex. I haven't read the Lycanus Quartet. Is there 4 books or 5 books in that series? I can't remember. It's on my list, but I think I don't know how often Eilington's going to be releasing a book, because The Will of the Many was released in 2023, I think. And then this one was 2025. So if there's 2 years between books, I could put in his other series, because I think Lycanus is a completed series. It's on my list of things that I might pick up. Tennille says, I've heard the reason that could cause confusion in The Strength of the Few. I wanted to start, but had some delays. Not sure if it will happen this month or in 2026. It'll wait. It'll be there whenever you get to it. And you want to make sure that you pick it up at a time that you're going to be able to enjoy it, because because of the fact that it's so complex, I definitely wouldn't want to pick it up if I'm stressing about other things. I think I was a little worried about picking it up this month because end of year, like I just kind of always feel like I rush through my reads, but I honestly just had like some time in the books that I'm reading, and I own the Strength of the Few's audiobook. And of course I own the physical book as well. So I was like, well, I'm going to pick it up and just see, and I'll just read it slowly. If I don't get to finish it within a week, it's fine. But yeah, I hope you get to it. Anne says, you're going to go ride your bike with a husband soon, so I'll miss the last chatty bit. Well, thanks for being here, Anne. I hope you have a fun bike ride. That sounds amazing. I don't ride much in the winter because I hate the cold. Jen says, Bethany, I have no doubt that it'll be great when I get there. The first 2 chapters were pretty riveting. That's exciting. I do. So Tennille says, requiring a phone number is very suspicious. I just don't like it. I feel like they're selling data. That's the only reason. That's my guess. Ashley said, what? That's so sketchy. No way. Wow. That seals the deal. No more Ulta. That was from Jen. Yep. Jen says, clearly a corporate decision on how they're going to train employees, that we're getting that in very different locations. Yep. Yeah. It was very frustrating. So we have another place, actually it's right next door to Ulta, that does the same thing, and they will not do returns if you don't give them a phone number. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. If I have a receipt from you saying that I purchased it from you, why does having the phone number have anything to do with it? And they're like, well, because we can look at the account and see the history on the account. And I'm like, but I have a receipt. Like, what? It's very frustrating. Oh, I don't know that I'm going to pronounce your name wrong or right. So please correct me if I'm wrong. Is it Zavilin? Like, I don't know. I don't know if that's correct, but correct me if I'm wrong. You said I can stop at any point in a book. I cannot. I can, but it does frustrate me if I have this huge long chapter and I have to stop in the middle of a chapter. It makes me mad. Ashley says that you're so excited to pick up Tailored Realities. I've only read one of the short stories so far, and it's very different than any other Sanderson that I've read, the one that I've read so far. So I will say that it was intriguing, and it was very, I don't want to say that it was true crime-ish, but like it kind of gave off those vibes, but in a sci-fi way. So that was fun to kind of see something from Sanderson that I haven't seen before. I still think I struggle with short stories because I can't connect to the characters as much. Like I love the premise of the short story and what we did with it. I just wish I had more time with it, which is just the fact that it's a short story. So I think the stories in it are very good, or the one that I've read, it was good. I just think I'm going to have to trick my mind into understanding that I'm reading a short story collection and that I'm not reading a huge book by Brandon Sanderson. Oh my goodness. Civilian said, with an audio, I've stopped mid-sentence. I can't do it. That would jostle my mind. I would have to go back to like, I don't know. I don't even know how I do that on an audio because you can't choose what you start with, but that would mess with me. Jamie says it's a collection of short stories, kind of like Black Mirror, some sci-fi and some horror. Is that okay, that's the one that you're reading. I can't remember the title, and I'm not going to scroll up because I'm going to miss. Oh, actually, I have two chats open, so I can scroll back up. My screens right now are absolutely crazy because I have OBS open. You're listening to how they got in. So sci-fi and horror. I love the combination of that too. But what I was saying, I have OBS on one side and YouTube on the other. So I'm seeing two separate screens, but I have two chats up. So I can scroll in one and be on the right place in the other. Well, that's very exciting, Jamie. I hope you're enjoying it. I have watched some of Black Mirror, but it was only like part of season 1. I need to get back to it. Ashley says The Lonely Castle in the Mirror book was so good. Oh, lovely. I really want to read that one. And Luisina, yay for manga. I love it, but I'm so bad at making time and binging a series. Yep. I need to do that. I still need to pick up Frieren. I have the first 5 volumes of Frieren and I've only picked up the first 2. Tennille says, I think our aunt has the recipe box. So my sister texted her, but also the cookies need to be piped and neither of us have piping tools. And we both live in not so great apartments. So baking may be an issue. Yeah, it's hard when you don't have a space for it. And piping tools too, like that type of stuff. It's so hard to keep that stuff in if you don't have a lot of space, but also if you're only using it once a year, like it's just hard. It's hard to keep that stuff around. Well, I hope you find a means that works for you. Maybe instead of, I don't know how intricate the piping is. Could you just use like a Ziploc bag and cut off the corner? I've done that before in a pinch because I don't have any piping stuff in my house either. Let's see. Sorry, I'm skipping over some of your guys' conversations with each other because I don't want to butt into the conversation. Luisina, I enjoyed the novel. Jen says, yes, sampling first chapters. Okay. I pulled 5 series continuations off my shelves to see what will stick. I have a lot of flight hours plus regular days. This is the hardest part of travel prep. I agree. Because you don't know, and you can't take too many because books are hefty too, especially if you're taking physical copies. Well, I wish you luck. I hope that your testing out of chapters is fruitful and that you end up getting what you want to get out of it. Because I know it can be frustrating, especially if you get there and you're like, I'm not in the mood for this read. It's a bummer. Bethany says, I definitely plan to reread The Will of the Many next month. And then hopefully we'll get to The Strength of the Few. I have so many series on my plan for 2026. Fantasy era immersion time. Yay. I hope you enjoy your reread and that you enjoy The Strength of the Few. One of the things that I remember when I first read The Strength of the Few is the pages in the book. I don't know if you guys have felt this way, or if maybe my physical edition was different. And I do think the what's it called? The text size in this is better than my original Will of the Many, but the pages are still like super thin. And so, which is crazy. I wonder how many pages this book is. Because if they weren't super thin, think about how thick this book would be. Let's see. 720 pages, and that's including the glossary though. Without the glossary, it's 717 pages. And I mean, so like if the pages weren't really thin, I don't know how big it would be, but that's crazy. I just remember when I was reading The Will of the Many for the first time, I was reading it physically and the text was so little and the pages were so thin. It felt like it took me forever to get through that book. I was enjoying my time. It ended up being my favorite book of the year, but I remember thinking like, I'm sitting down and I'm reading for 2 hours and I've gotten nowhere. I just felt like I wasn't making any progress. But I did really enjoy even upon reread. So I hope you enjoyed as well, Bethany. Ashley says, totally fair about short stories. My ADHD is the biggest fan of short story collections. I think they're intriguing, but usually they leave me wanting. Like usually I get to the end and I'm like, oh, I kind of wanted to know more, or I wanted to know more about like the people's lives, or the one that I read recently that I really enjoyed, but I think it was partially because of the conversations Kirsten and I had. We read 50 Beasts to Break Your Heart, which was a horror collection on kind of some a little bit of folklore, and really looking at like the human condition and what is horrific about things that exist in the world. And then it also had some like weird stuff in it. But talking about each of those stories with Kirsten was very fun. So I did really enjoy that short story. So I think I just need to find ones that pique my interest and, I don't know, maybe are a little weird, because then it doesn't bother me that I don't get everything. Andrew is back. But yeah, I did enjoy the first book the first short story in Tailored Realities. I just have to train my brain that it's not going to be the same as a big chunky book by him. Anne says, audio has trained me to stop wherever and be okay with it. I do think that I still think it would bother me. I think I would probably be able to do that more than stop in a physical book, mainly because, well, I don't know. No, I think it would bother me more because you can't see it. If on a physical book, if I know where I'm stopping, I can almost like put my bookmark in a certain location, so I know at least like what paragraph I am on a page. You can't do that in audio, so I think it would bother me more. Jamie says the collection is actually called I'd Really Prefer Not to Be Here With You. I've read 3 of the stories now. They are interesting, but I'm with you. It's hard to connect with the characters. Yeah, and I get it. Like, there's not enough page space. So, like, I understand why they're gonna struggle, at least with me. Connecting to characters, but I still do think, I mean, there's definitely some entertainment to be had with short stories. They just typically do struggle as far as like being my favorite. Let's see. No idea, to be honest. My username is a typo. Okay. Of Dragonlance deity. My comments jumped. That I've just kept because of how old it is. Supposed to be Zivilian, maybe, the neutral deity of wisdom, enlightenment, and insight in that setting. Oh, well, that's fun. That's kind of a fun origin story of your username. I love it. Yeah, I apologize if I'm not pronouncing it correctly. I'm just going to say it the way that I want to then, unless you have something else that you would like me to call you, and then I would be happy to oblige. Let's see. Tennille says, I have 75 pages left in Monstrous Nights, so I can't finish in the final sprint, but should be able to finish shortly after. I liked Foul Days much better, but Monstrous Nights is still interesting. Yeah, I think Foul Days was my favorite out of the 2 series. I did really enjoy I just think it's such a fun premise. And I love the like monster guide at the end of Foul Days that kind of explains like the different nuances of all the different monsters in the town. I don't know. I thought it was so fun. But yeah, I agree. I think Foul Days is better. The cookies are wreaths. Okay. And the entire cookie is made of a textured piping, but maybe a relative has piping tools and a kitchen that can be borrowed. The older generation tend to own houses. Yeah. Well, I hope you find some place that you can maybe make a tradition out of it, that you guys can go over there and make your grandma's cookies. That's fun. I haven't made any, other than like sugar cookies, that, you have cookie cutters for. That's the only shaped cookie I've made. All the rest of them, it's just whatever shape they come out. Jen also preferred Foul Days of the 2 books. Ashley says, small text is so cruel. My glasses can only do so much. I did feel like I had to like have like a magnifying glass for it. It's awful. Bethany says, I've been reading Ship of Magic forever and it's fantastic, but I'm glad I have the ebook. Yeah, I actually started that book. I don't know if I'm going to finish the series. I need to give it one more try before I decide to completely move on from it. But I have it on ebook as well. And I always read Kindle stories slower than any of my other books, just because I read them at night. And, whether or not I have 5 minutes or an hour, before my body decides to sleep. Because I'm not one of those people who can typically force myself to stay awake or will stay awake to read a book. My body is usually just like, nope. And now we sleep. So I think that did kind of affect it. But I was kind of bored in the beginning of Ships of Magic. I think I know I didn't get past 10% of the storyline. So I need to go back and give it a try. But I also I think I started it back in July. And I even thought to myself, like, it's going to take me until the end of the year to finish this because of how slow I read ebooks. Because it's so big. It's such a chunky book. But I know a lot of people love it. Lucina said, I was thinking of reading The Will of the Many in January and then saw the audiobook is 28 hours long and went, nope, don't think so. It's so good though, Lucina. I think the audiobook for book 2 is like 32 hours. So if you do decide to read it, you are in for the long haul. Tennille said, agree. If the text is too small, I have to hold the book closer to my face, and that ends up with sore arms and back. Larger print, please. Although I'm good with mass market because they're lighter. That's true because they're made out of different materials too. So they're not going to, well, and they're, they don't have the big hard covers either that are weighing it down. Ashley says, good morning to Andrew. Yes, he is here with us. Enjoying his afternoon nap, I suppose. Bethany said, technically I started Ships of Magic last December, had to pause at like 40% because I was just not in the right headspace for it. But I picked it up again a few weeks ago and I love it. Oh, I'm glad that you're enjoying it now. I kind of hope that that's what happens to me and that maybe I just wasn't in the right mindset to read it. Because I really do like Robin Hobb and I want to continue on to the next Fitz books, but I want to read them in publication order. And so, I want to read, I guess, The Realm of the Elderlings in publication order is what I'm saying. So I would like to read the Live Ship Traders next and then move on to the next Fitz series. So we'll see. Tennille says, you can do it, Louisina. Just spread it out over 2 to 3 weeks instead of, have a second book that's maybe like a little bit shorter, kind of a treat read, a popcorn read for you. Bethany says the chapters are so long in the Ships of Magic, not a nighttime book. I agree. I do have problems with that book because they're like, well, at least according to my Kindle, it's like 37 minutes left. I'm like, okay. And then I'll get halfway through and it'll still say like 20 minutes left. I'm like, you're lying to me. Let's see. Tennille says, I used to bake as a teen, but with health issues and food sensitivities, I haven't baked in decades. I'm a trained chemist, so I'm sure I could accomplish it if I had the space. Yeah, baking is a science for sure. So having the space and the tools to use do make it a lot easier. And I can't imagine with like allergies as well, because recipes, and I'm sure that you can find recipes with allergy replacements and stuff too, but that changes how everything bakes. Because I know when my mom and I do our baking after Thanksgiving, even if we use a different, like this year, instead of using Hershey's chocolate, we ended up having to use Toll House chocolate because they didn't have Hershey's. So even just a different brand changed the way that the chocolate melted. And so I can't imagine completely switching out ingredients. It has to be a lot more difficult. And yeah, having the space is always helpful. Thank you. I'm still gonna civilian. Whatever sounds natural to you is fine. I appreciate it. Tennille says, I won't be able to eat the cookies my sister wants, though. They're mostly butter and butter is dairy, but I can help make them. Yeah, and kind of just enjoy in the process of making them for sure. Hello, Christina. How are you? You have a new saying. Remember, even snowmen need water. Save progress. Have a cup of holiday cheer and a Christmas cookie or two. Check the laundry. Take your meds. Stretch and share cozy blessings with the like button. I love your new saying, Christina. And I'll take a sip in honor of you. I got a new water bottle, which I am enjoying. It's one of the new Awalas, I think is what it is. Why does it not? Yeah, Awala. It has a straw and something that you can like pour as well, which is nice. So I should be drinking more. Jen says reading a long book on an e-reader has its pluses and minuses. Lighter print whatever size you want, but then the page count is astronomical when you increase the size. Yep. It's all a mental game, but it does allow you to read it a little bit easier. Bethany said, I'm about at the same place in Realm of the Elderlings as you, then I'm hoping that I can get through live ship and Tawny Man this year, but I have to adjust to the slower pace. Yeah, I think that I really want to kind of live in the moment with them, and so I know that I just need to be okay with it being a slower read. And with that one, I just think I wasn't in the right headspace, hopefully. So we'll see. But I do want to get back to Fitz eventually. And I've heard so many people love the Live Ship Trader series, so I want to love it too. Bethany says, I have the audiobook for Ships of Magic, and all of the chapters are 40 to 60 minutes, which translates to about half an hour or so at my reading pace. It's so long. Like, why? Why can we not break it up a little bit more? That's rough. I did try. So I've tried Ships of Magic twice. I had it first on audio and I just wasn't listening. So then I snagged it on my e-reader for like a steal. Like I got it for like $2. And then I tried to read it at night and obviously it was going at a really slow pace. And so now I need to try something else. I'll probably get back to it on my e-reader. I just need to maybe make a plan to read it in the afternoons instead of reading it in the evenings. Tennille says, I want to try and start the Crown of Stars series next year. Has anyone read it? First book is King's Dragon. I feel like I was just looking at this book yesterday. It's been compared to Hob 7 book series, and it is a 7 book series. I think the reason I know this title is because this is an author. It's a female author, right? I've been. One of the things, you guys are getting a little bit of a sneak peek at something that I'm planning for 2026. And it's not going to be like super official by any means, but one of the things I would like to do is search out women in fantasy. And I went on a deep dive. Yeah, Kate Elliott. Yes, this is the one I was looking at. I went on a deep dive on some of the... And it varied, older fantasy, or like this one is late 90s, but also some modern works. And I just think it would be kind of fun to, I don't know if I'll do a vlog for it or if I'll just read them and then highlight them as I go throughout the year. But I think it would be fun to kind of do a little bit of highlight in women in fantasy. I think it's fun to kind of see what I can find. There was one of them that I found that was saying, or the like awards or whatever that it was talking about said that it was compared to, it was like one of the first Tolkien inspired, I feel like, fantasy books, which I just think would be fun to read. So yeah, I think that that's something that I want to do in the new year. I haven't completely solidified how I'm going to organize it yet. If it's going to be like an actual, I don't know, bingo board's not the right word, but if I'm going to do it like I did my That's Not Normal challenge, where it's like a yearly challenge, or if I'm just going to intentionally do it, I haven't decided yet, but it's in the works. Jen, I'm already loving this idea. Yes, please. I think it's going to be interesting. So I'm excited about it. I just have to figure out how I want to organize it in my head. Bethany, that sounds good to reach for after the Realm of the Elderlings. Yes. And then Tennille says some male authors too, but those tend to still be in the conversation. Yeah. Oh, wait, I think I missed a comment from Tennille. I've also been trying to find female fantasy authors I've missed out on in my non-reading years. Yes. Yes. I think where I'm finding them is like early and late 90s are a whole bunch of books that I never heard of that are in fantasy that were written by women. There are a few that I found that are more modern works as well that I've been meaning to get to, and I just haven't gotten to them yet. And I think I did find a couple in the 80s, but I just think it's going to be a fun little exploration. Ashley said, love that idea. Can't wait to see what you do with that. I think it's going to be fun. It'll be a fun little exploration into some authors that I haven't jumped into yet, because some of them are prolific. Like when I looked, there were some authors, like even Kate Elliott, when I looked, I think I'd heard the name, but I hadn't ever read anything by her. And so when I found the backlist, I'm like, well, if I love this book, then I will be reading the rest of the backlist, which just provides such a good little bunch of books that I can get to. And yes, to Neil. So this next comment, you said, I'm looking to search out, DAW. What does that stand for? Is that a publisher? I loved Green Rider and the Vladimir, and those are both DAW published. I also was inspired by Brian Lee Durfee's videos. I'll have to look him up. Green Rider was one of the ones that I found as I was looking through. I don't know if it's one that I'll pick up because it's Green Rider's YA. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I don't know if I'm if I want to do any YA or if I just want to look at some adult novels. But either way, it's an idea that's in the works. Tanith Lee's book of the Damned. Tanith Lee, I think that was one of the authors that I had found. Book of the Damned has 3 chapter breaks over 215 pages, and there's 3 chapter breaks. Her prose is beautiful, though. I love the title of that story, Book of the Damned. Green Rider is definitely not YA. Okay, good to know. I feel like maybe it was another one that I looked up, but I feel like it was that one. Maybe it's just categorized wrong in the website that I was looking for. In book 1, the protagonist is younger, but she ages with the series, and there are some heavy things going on. I think some of it could have been too, I don't know if because they're female authors and they're writing back in the 90s, if their books were automatically classified as YA. I've heard rumblings of that. I haven't done any research on whether or not that's an actual accurate statement, but I know that there have been some individuals that have talked about books that are written by women who are classified as YA because the author is a woman, not necessarily because the content of the book is YA. Are you getting up? What are you doing? You're going to block the camera? Have at it. Let's see. Trying to prevent him from sitting on anything that's imperative. Let's see. A lot of books think fits start with a younger character, but they're not YA. Yeah. Well, and I think it depends on too, like not only the things that happen in the story, but also I think that you can, like, the entire series can be in the mind of someone who is younger and still be written for an adult audience. So it's interesting. They classify a lot of female authors as YA when they're not. And I think maybe, I don't know if they've gotten better about that recently or if it's just I haven't been paying attention. But I did notice that a lot of the female authors that I had looked up in my research, a lot of them, whenever I would open whatever book was recommended, it was labeled as YA. And so I was a little hesitant. So I might have to go back and do a little bit more research in those titles. But anywho, we are going to, Andy is like sitting on my mouse. So let's see if I can do this. We're going to go on our last sprint. So I'll put up my little last sprint sign for you guys and reset my timer. And I'm just going to sit here and read with you guys. So I hope that you guys can spend this last little tidbit of time with me doing something that you love. I got a few more comments come in. Bethany said, now they just classify them as romantasy instead of YA. I love that comment. Lucina says, Erin Morgenstern still has to post publicly about the Night Circus not being YA on a regular basis. It's so frustrating. Someone the other day, though, was comparing, although that was romantasy versus not romantasy. And I haven't ever read this, but I saw someone post on Instagram the other day regarding the Mistborn trilogy, the first one, in comparison with Throne of Glass. And I've never read Throne of Glass, so I can't speak on whether or not this is accurate, but they were talking about how those two books are the same story, but one of them is classified as romantasy and one of them is not. And they have the same amount of romance in it. And I don't know, I didn't stop to like listen to the person's whole post, but Brandon Sanderson's Mistborn is definitely not romantasy. So I also think Throne of Glass is written by Sarah J. Maas. And so I think there's probably, I don't know when Sarah J. Maas came out with Throne of Glass, if that was prior to her being kind of prolific in the romantasy genre with ACOTAR. So I don't know if that was one of the reasons that it's there. Bethany says, I've read them both and it's facts. So in that case, should they both just not be romantasy? Because Mistborn is definitely not romantasy. So if Throne of Glass is the same, it just shouldn't be romantasy. And I don't know if it's considered YA, because some people do consider Mistborn YA. I think that one for me is, I think I would accept both. I don't know that I would consider it YA. If anything, it's like upper YA. But I can see why people would classify it as YA. I think there would be arguments in both cases. Sanderson also has some books that could be considered YA, and he's never classified that way. But female authors are assumed to be juvenile or romance focused when they're not. Yeah, I agree. Lucina says, that explains my never being able to get through the first Mistborn book. I gave Throne of Glass 1 star. I'll see myself out. Some books are just not for you, and that's okay. Well, interesting. It makes me want to read Throne of Glass just because I love the Mistborn series, but just to do the comparison of the two. Throne of Glass is fantasy. The first book could be okay as YA, but as a series, it goes into more adult topics, and then the romance gets spicy, but it's still not romantasy. Yeah. Civilian says, isn't ACOTAR a fairy tale retelling of Beauty and the Beast? Oh, is it? I mean, I could see the inspiration. I've never considered that before. Interesting. Huh. I wonder if it was, if that was the inspiration for it. I'd never thought about that before. Well, friends, as I said, we are at the end of comments, so we're going to do our last sprint. I'm going to sit here and read with you guys, get something done, do something for yourselves, and I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from our last sprint. Let me know what you guys got up to. I ended up getting to page 90 in The Strength of the Few, and I think I might try and read one more chapter. If I read one more chapter, or maybe two more chapters, it'll put me right above like 102. So I have read 100 pages today, which is, I think, a good place to stop. So, yeah, that's pretty much all I did. I cleaned up my kitchen a little bit. I put some dishes in the dishwasher and got that running. But yeah, it was a nice kind of cozy, chill sprint, which was lovely. For the rest of the day, I think I will be, I still need to meal prep one more meal and then do a little bit of exercise, maybe get some booktube stuff done. I need to get some editing done at some point in time. And then I'll go over to my mom's house, I think, at some point and see or not see anything, but work out a little bit at my mom's house. So I think that's kind of my plan for the rest of the day. Let's see what you guys got up to. So Ashley says, loving the manga. Thanks for sprints. I'm so glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you have started your manga journey. I hope you enjoyed. It sounded like you did. And yeah, have a good day. Hillary made it to 88%. You're so close. Good progress. Tennille worked on meal prep / dishes, discovered, an issue with a stove burner, and read some of Monstrous Nights. I have 40 pages left now. That's exciting. You'll be able to finish it today if you choose to do so. And an issue with your stove burner, that stinks. We recently purchased a new oven or a new stove because our old one had a burner that wasn't working. So I hope it's nothing like that. I hope it's an easy fix because that can suck. Civilian, I was just doing preparations for dinner. Lovely. Hopefully you have a scrumptious dinner waiting for you, or at least the prep of the meal is done. I know that's typically the part that takes the longest, especially if you have a lot of things that you're cutting up, but I hope your dinner is lovely. Carpe Demon did a load of laundry and started the next Ice Planet Barbarian to keep my Frozen theme. You're going to need a cup of hot chocolate at the end of all of this. I hope you stay warm. Bethany is 80% of the way through A Study in Scarlet. Going to finish that off and do some yoga. That sounds lovely. Small Channel's almost done with my read, which is amazing. You made so much progress. And Jamie, that was a productivity sprint. Spent the break doing some dishes, cleaning the kitchen, made a snack before going back to work. Yeah, thanks for being here, Jamie. And Isra listened to a little bit of my audiobook while knitting. Not very good yet. It's a slow process. You'll get the hang of it. I have never knitted. I have crocheted a little bit in my past, but I have never knitted. So I do know that it's definitely something you have to give yourself a little bit of time, especially I know people now who have knitted for years who can do it with their eyes closed, like while watching TV or reading a book, or, they don't have to focus. Whereas I remember when I was first starting to learn crochet, and I think probably even now, if I went back to crocheting, I would have to focus on that. And I don't know that I would even be able to listen to an audiobook while I did it, because your brain just has to rewire itself to figure out, the process, and you have to pay attention. I know with some knitting and even crochet, you have to count like the rows, or the knots is not the right phrase, but like you have to count them in order to get certain patterns down. So I understand it is a process for sure. Isra says, I've been crocheting for years. Knitting is like a whole new world. Well, yeah. So knitting is with 2 needles, right? And then crocheting is just with 1. I can imagine it would be quite a bit different. Because just utilizing 2 hands at once, doing different things, has to be a task. So good luck to you. I hope that you continue to make progress. I know that could be a struggle, but that's so fun, though. It's a fun journey to be on. Tennille needs to replace the drip pan. Okay. But in general, the oven doesn't work well. It's maybe 50 to 60 years old, and the landlord doesn't really care if it works or not. That stinks, Tennille. Drip pan's not horrible to replace. But yeah, if it's just the oven kind of on its last leg, that's miserable. I mostly use one burner in my Instant Pot and my microwave. Yeah. Sometimes you just find workarounds. I know with my old stove top, there was one burner that didn't work at all. And so like when I would make, and it was the big burner. So when I would make spaghetti, because we had two big burners, but the one that was burnt out was like the really big one that you would like boil a pot of water in to make pasta. So I would have to use the only other big burner that we had to boil the water. And then as soon as it was boiling, I would have to move it to one of the little burners and keep it on high just to keep it burning, and then cook like my meat sauce or whatever on the other burner. So you find workarounds, but it's not a fun process by any means. So I hope that maybe it has a little bit of spark of life left and can help you out a little bit, because I know that could be frustrating. But yeah. Well, thank you guys so much for being here today. Once again, another successful, cozy Sunday morning. I think that it's been fun and productive. I've gotten some meal prepping done. I've gotten some reading done, had a little bit of relaxation along with some getting things done around the house. So it's always nice to be here with you all. So thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. And I'll see you guys in the Bookiverse somewhere. I do have a video coming out on Tuesday, and then, Tuesday, Saturday, and then I'll be back for sprints in a couple of weeks. But thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it. I see all of you guys saying thank you. I hope you have a good evening, a good rest of your weekend, or a good morning if you are on the other side of the world. And yeah, I'll see you guys around. Have a good day.